I think it's high standard as well. I think it's just the middle one. Okay, mate, no problem. Bye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bore da, chroeso i'r gerddi Sophia. Welcome to Sophia Gardens for the second day of the LV Insurance County Championship match between Glamorgan and Durham. The good news from the middle is that the game will be resuming on time at 11 o'clock. We also have 104 overs today. We also have 104 overs tomorrow. That's because of the interference from the weather yesterday. Now that does mean that our timings for today are slightly amended. So lunch will be taken at 1:10 The tea interval has been rescheduled to 4 o'clock. And the close of play is timed at 18:30, 6:30, or whenever our quota of 104 overs have been completed. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support, besides extending a very warm welcome to all spectators who are returning to Sophia Gardens today. A warm welcome as well to the players and officials from Durham, as well as our two match umpires, Ian Blackwell and Russell Warren, plus match referee Peter Satch. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all games taking place here at Sophia Gardens this summer. And that includes the International T20 game here on Thursday the 28th of July, when England meet South Africa. And also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages, which are also available for all games here at Sophia Gardens, including those later in the summer in the Vitality T20 Blast, as well as the Welsh County games in the Hub. Copies of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook are now available for purchase by electronic means from reception, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. You can also obtain a copy of Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure. That is for a donation of approximately £5. And also scorecards are also available from reception, as I said, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is situated opposite Gate 2, and it's open until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Now, as I'm sure you're aware, there's currently no public access beneath the Castet Power stand. So in order to get to the shop, you need to exit back out through Gate 4, stroll back down the lane, and then re-enter via Gate 2. And don't forget, the shop, as always, is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan shirts. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned today, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk situated in the concourse area beneath the pavilion seats. There's also a mobile unit adjacent to the pavilion. As far as Glamorgan members are concerned, don't forget that tea and coffee is available in the Lewis Lounge between 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock each morning, and then from 3:30 until 4:30 every afternoon. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is situated on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open once again today. It will be closing at around about 3:30 this afternoon. The museum is situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. In addition, there's also a temporary exhibition called Cricket is the Game for Me, Me and Me. This celebrates the diversity of people playing, watching and supporting cricket throughout Wales. It contains material which has been submitted by Welsh cricket clubs as well as a group of local schools. I'm delighted to also say that once again members of the public are welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch interval and also during tea. But ladies and gentlemen, if you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, we kindly ask you not to walk across the square or the wicket surroundings.
Colin Ingram leads Glamorgan Resistance with a battling 71 not out. It was Grenada to Glamorgan for England opener Alex Lees, who was back in the whites of Durham as his side travelled to Sophia Gardens, Cardiff, to take on a Glamorgan side boosted by the return of overseas players Colin Ingram and Michael Nisa, as well as the new signing of batter Sam Northeast. Durham won the toss and elected to bowl, and were rewarded with the first wicket of the county summer, as Andrew Salter was comprehensively bowled by Matty Potts for one, the ball seaming back in from a length. David Lloyd was joined at the crease by Ingram, and they took the score to 54 for 1 before Lloyd fell to Ben Rain as he was comfortably caught by David Beddingham in the slips. That wicket brought new signing Northeast to the crease, who combined with Ingram to take Glamorgan past 100 without further loss. Ingram bringing up his 50 and the team's 3 figures with 3 boundaries in 1 Potts over. However, Northeast fell in the following over for 24 to the bowling of Chris Rushworth. Northeast had edged his previous delivery for 4, but Rushworth got his man with a ball that nipped away and struck the batter on the back leg. The new batter Kieran Coulson didn't fare much better, clean bowled by Ben Rain to leave Glamorgan 107 for 4 at lunch, with Ingram unbeaten on 53. Chris Cook joined Ingram at the crease, and despite surviving an early scare, the wicketkeeper began to rebuild well with Ingram at the other end. Another Cook cut shot took Glamorgan past 150, only for a hailstorm to arrive and halt the Welsh side's progress and lead to an early tea break being taken, Ingram on 61 and Cook on 29, with Ben Rain the pick of the bowlers with 2 for 23. After the break, Ingram added another 2 boundaries to take the partnership past the 50, but unfortunately the rain didn't relent, meaning on day 1 Glamorgan finished on 164 for 4 with honours even heading into day 2.
As you may be aware, ladies and gentlemen, the Glamorgan Cricket has been welcoming young people back to Sophia Gardens over the course of the past few months, and today we are delighted to welcome staff and pupils from St Peter's Roman Catholic Primary School here in Cardiff. Boys and girls, we hope you enjoy your day here at the home of Glamorgan County Cricket Club. Enjoy forming this morning's young honour. We look forward to seeing you again here at Sophia.
Knows his game pretty well, so I think it's a bit easier than obviously kind of someone young coming in to do it. But yeah, he's obviously fitted in very well. He's looked good all pre-season, so he's finally shown his form. Yeah.
Could be an interesting selection next week then, if he makes big runs here, and Marnus Labuschagne and Michael Neser are both fit and ready to go.
Yeah, we'll have to send Marnus back home, I think, and Colin can take his place. But no, yeah, obviously it's a good place to be, having that competition, and obviously Colin's come in and done a really good job.
What about the day's play as a whole then? 164 for 4. Where do you stand?
Yeah, I think obviously being put in, we showed a lot of character. I thought at parts we batted really nicely. The intent and the way the lads went about it. Obviously the kind of 15 minutes before lunch wasn't ideal, but those things happen. I think the way Cookie and Colin have kind of got us back into it is really good, and hopefully we can build on that tomorrow.
What about the weather though?
Yeah, obviously very blistery and a bit hit and miss, but yeah, we can't really do too much about that, and we've got to focus on the cricket. Hopefully over the next couple of days it improves.
What's a good score then, having got this far?
Yeah, I suppose I look to try and get 300 and then build from there, see how we go from there.
What's the wicket like?
Yeah, good. I think obviously it was tough. They got into a good rhythm kind of after the half hour. And yeah, it was hard to score when they bowled in their good areas, but it's one of them that you've got to really get stuck in and just kind of be patient.
Cheers, David.
It's good morning, Burridar, to our two match umpires, Ian Blackwell and Russell Watt. And good morning, Burridar, as well to the Durham team, led into the field by captain Scott Corford. And Burridar, good morning as well to the two not-out batters for Glamorgan, Chris Cook and Colin Ingram.
Very good morning from the BBC commentary team. You're listening to BBC Sport Online or the Glamorgan Cricket website, where we're set fair for day 2 of Glamorgan against Durham. Glamorgan 164 for 4, resuming overnight. We had just 47 overs bowled on day 1 because of hailstorms in the afternoon. And we may have an extra 8 overs added today if the weather stays fair. Again, there's the possibility of showers in the afternoon, but we should get a full morning session at the very least, and hopefully a good day after that as well. So possibility of 104 overs being bowled. Glamorgan were 108 for 4 when Rushworth and Rain claimed a couple of wickets in quick succession before lunch on day 1. But Chris Cook and Colin Ingram have begun rebuilding. Colin Ingram playing only his second championship match in 5 years because of the temporary absence of Marnus Labuschagne, who is now in the country and has been seen in Cardiff. So he's due to make his return to Glamorgan colours against Nottinghamshire next week. Colin Ingram, of course, do his best to make sure that he stays in the team. Michael Nisa should be fit for next week as well, the other Australian, and it'll be Paul Coughlin to open the bowling for Durham today. Bowling to Colin Ingram, who tries to work one down the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, and not for the first time in this match, Ned Eckersley has to make an acrobatic stop down leg side. That'll get him stretched and limbered up as he swings his arms vigorously. There are 2 slips, a deepish gully for Ingram, with Sean Dixon doing a few stretches. As Coughlin is in to bowl, up in the block hole, dug out by Ingram, playing it back to the bowler, and there is no run. Again, we had a party of school children forming a guard of honour for the players as they came out onto the pitch. Temperatures are not that high at the moment. There's a scattering of spectators only at the River Taff end as Ingram drives at that one outside off stump and doesn't get anything on it as it goes through to Eckersley. Well, Colin Ingram showed on day 1 that he's quite willing to have a go at anything outside off stump. He's played almost exclusively limited overs cricket since 2017, initially for fitness reasons. As Coughlin is in to bowl to Ingram, who drives and will get the day's scoreboard moving as he takes a single out to the deep cover position. It's interesting, there's already a sweeper in there, and it's 165 for 4. So Ingram moves on to 72 not out. As the field rearranges for the right-handed Cook, he too has 2 slips behind him as Coughlin is in to bowl to Cook, who plays that one up to mid-off. No run. As well as the 2 slips, there is a wideish third man on a fairly short boundary on the 45. The pitch for this game is away to the grandstand side of Sophia Gardens. There's a point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Coglin in to bowl to Cook, who leaves that one go through outside off stump. Through to Eckersley, and there is no run, so just the single to Ingram off the first over of the day here on BBC Sport Online and also on the Glamorgan website. Martin Emerson of BBC Radio Newcastle will be representing the visitors on the commentary front, and David Pritchard will be in around about half an hour's time. So Chris Rushworth opening up from the Cathedral Road end. And looks like it'll be a similar field for him. 2 slips. A deepish gully because Ingram has been going after those balls outside off stump, and this time it's point on the boundary on the offside rather than cover. Rushworth runs away from us then. It's into bowl to Ingram, who defends that one. And he jabs it down onto his pad and the ball just trickles out onto the offside, and a couple of fielders rush in excitedly, but Borthwick, the skipper, gets there from slip before Travaskis from cover. So 2 fielders back, point and a deepish, wideish fine leg about 15 metres in from the ropes. As Rushworth is in to bowl to Ingram, who pushes at that one and looked to have been beaten outside off stump. Colin Ingram, despite his aggressive shots, maybe Ingram played inside that one deliberately. Looking back at the replay, our commentary also available on the video stream through the club website, as well as via the usual BBC online and app outlets. As Rushworth in again, bowls, Ingram drives, thinks about taking a single. In fact, he'll get more than that, as it's beaten the dive of mid-off, and it'll trickle down to the boundary for the first boundary of the day. I didn't fully time that one. It was struck fairly firmly and just beat the dive of Alex Lees at mid-off, and he was left with a rather dejected trudge back to collect the ball from the Castell Howell stand here at the Cathedral Road end, which is empty because of the building work going on underneath. 169 for 4. Rushworth into bowl, and Ingram playing that one out on the offside, and there is no run. The grandstand also still has a huge amount of scaffolding. Can't see any workforce on it this morning. Maybe they're working around the other side hidden from us. 169 for 4. Ingram is on to 76. As Rushworth comes in, right arm round, bowls to Ingram, who drives nicely into the offside. In fact, through the offside. There's nothing the point boundary fielder can do about that one, as it was through extra cover and timed very nicely indeed by Colin Ingram, who moves on to 80 not out, and Glamorgan on to 173 for 4. So Rushworth will not be happy about that one, as his half century against him comes up, and the bowling analysis. 14 overs bowled after this delivery from Rushworth from the Cathedral Road end, past the pile of sawdust, in to Ingram again, who again forces into the offside. This time it's just a single, and he will take the strike after a productive over. It's 174 for 4. Cook remains on 30. Ingram has added 10 this morning on 81, and it's a very good morning to Martin Emerson.
Good morning. bright, but a bit chilly out there, isn't it? A little bit of a breeze today. The gale force winds that battered the ground yesterday have lapsed.
Thank goodness.
A little bit of rain possibly this afternoon. Again, it says about 30 to 40% later on, which is all it said yesterday, and then it wiped out most of the afternoon. So we'll see what happens. Winds in a slightly different direction today as well, so the weather, rather than coming from the northwest of us, is coming down the Bristol Channel, I think. Coghlan in from the River Taff end. That pops a little bit and is flicked away by Ingram down towards fine leg. 1 run. Umpires Russell Warren, who is officiating at the bowler's end, and former Durham all-rounder Ian Blackwell, who for the right-handed Chris Cook is actually at point. He's back to the stand on our right-hand side where they're doing quite a bit of work on the roof.
It's a little early in the season to be abandoning the square leg to square leg track.
Coghlan bowls, and that's cut off the back foot by Cook and away through the covers. It's chased by Alex Lees towards that empty stand where the building work is taking place. 2 runs, and they move on to 175 for 4. Cook has 32, 177 now. It jumps up, and we're in the 50th over as well. Longer days today. Have you mentioned that?
I mentioned the 104 overs. I haven't mentioned the times.
So lunch is 10 past 1, and tea, which moves around anyway, should be around about 5 to 4 o'clock. Coghlan in with a big delivery stride. It's over pitched, and that's drilled away through the covers for 4. Nice shot from Cook. Not the best of deliveries from Coghlan, and he looks a bit disappointed with himself there, as he's also looking to see where the ball has gone. It's resting against the fence.
That's the trouble. There's no handy spectators to chuck the ball back anywhere around the grounds, even though they'd presumably be allowed to this season, because last season we had outfielders frantically motioning to spectators not to touch the ball for COVID-related reasons.
Yes, I remember I went with my daughter and my father to watch Lancashire play Cumberland at Sedbergh School. And I was talking to a photographer down near the corner of the ground on the boundary rope, and the ball came over, and one of the Lancashire players came running across and said, well, come on then, pass it. I said, we're not allowed to touch it. He said, come on. I said, we're not allowed to touch it. He gave us a big tut as if to say, well, thanks very much. Grabbed the ball himself and wandered off. I thought, we were banned from touching it, weren't we? Coghlan in, that's left alone by Cook. We weren't even allowed on the field last year, were we? Until, it's got to be late July, I think it was.
Yeah, I didn't go out into the middle at all last season. I think rules in Wales were a bit tighter.
Yeah, I think it was once the T20 started, they did some interviews on the field, but everything until that point had all been Zoom.
Done interviews in person here throughout, thankfully.
Oh, with your long boom mic.
Yeah.
Cook waits as Coghlan bowls and pulls the bat away, way up above the line of the stumps, and lets it go through to the keeper, Ned Eckersley. In Spain last week, it was still very much, masks indoors, masks in shops, masks going in and out of restaurants, hand sanitizers everywhere.
Yeah, there's still quite a few people wearing masks on public transport in Wales.
Yeah.
Even though it's not obligatory. About half, I'd say.
Yeah. Coghlan once more bowls, and it's another leave outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. 181 for 4 here on BBC Radio Wales and BBC Radio Newcastle. On the plane coming home the other day on Monday, I would say maybe a quarter had masks on, and then coming down on the train the other day, I had my mask on most of the way down.
Oh, you must have been on a different company than the one I flew back from the Canaries with last week, because we were pretty much told masks on.
Oh, right.
For the whole 4 hours.
Which airline was that then?
Who is it? Oh yes, the orange one.
The orange.
EasyJet, thankfully, got on and off before they decided to start cancelling all their flights.
Yeah, I've just been hearing reports this morning of 12-hour waits in is it Manchester Airport, where there's been problems all week.
Yep.
People travelling without their luggage, or the luggage travelling without them.
Here's Rushworth then to continue from the Cathedral Road end. over the wicket to the left-hander this time, and Ingram just deflects it gently into the gully. And there's no run.
Ben Rain took a couple of wickets for Durham yesterday, and we interviewed him at the end of the day's play last night. He said it was he thought it was a fairly decent track, didn't he?
Yeah.
But at this time of year, you're going to put your opposition in, particularly after the rain that had the night before. It was looking like Glamorgan's morning yesterday, and then they lost 2 wickets just before lunch.
Rushworth is into bowl and driven into the offside by Ingram. This time he finds the point sweeper and just takes a single. 83 to Ingram, 182 for 4.
What's that stand called, Nick? The one with the scaffolding on it?
I'm not sure if it's got a sponsor's name at the moment. It may well have, but I just
South
saw the grandstand.
The grandstand. That was one of the things Ben Rain said yesterday. It was difficult to defend that small boundary on that side of the ground because they are way across on the right-hand side of the square, aren't they?
It's probably the closest to the grandstand they'd use for first-class cricket,
Yeah.
I think. Tend to be on the sides of the square early in the season. As Rushworth is into bowl to Cook, who drives rather sketchily. He was looking to play straightish, and it's ended up at backwards square in front of the scoreboard. 183 for 4 as Cook moves on to 37.
Stuart Dick, who lives in the rhubarb triangle in Wakefield, says the COVID rules have been relaxed so much in Yorkshire now they can actually carry the rhubarb out of its cellophane wrap.
Gosh.
You weren't listening originally then.
That's probably made quite a big difference to rhubarb producers.
Yeah.
And allotment holders as Rushworth bowls and Ingram drives into the offsides, and there's a good sprawling stop at cover, and there's no run. Rhubarb triangle, you'll have to elucidate for Welsh listeners.
Well, it is the area where a lot of the rhubarb's grown in Britain. So there's this triangle. I think it's Wakefield across towards Goole and the Pontefract area around there. I don't know if it's something to do with the richness of the soil.
Rushworth to Ingram, who leaves outside off stump through to Eckersley.
And then I'm wondering, is rhubarb grown in the dark or not? Has it grown in dark warehouses?
Well, you have the better of me there. I have no idea as to the mechanics of rhubarb production.
The Rhubarb Triangle is a 9 square mile area of West Yorkshire between Wakefield, Morley and Rothwell, famous for producing early forced rhubarb. It includes Kirkhamgate, East Ardsley, Stanley, Lofthouse and Carlton. There you are.
As Rushworth is in to bowl to Ingram, who drives back past the bowler. Nice shot from Ingram. He will get 4 runs for this. It's just fetch it rather than chase it for mid-on, and Colin Ingram is ticking along very nicely indeed. He's on 83. 87. It's 187 for 4 at the end of the Rushworth over.
Rhubarb grown by candlelight. Rhubarb available in the dead of winter is harvested by candlelight. It's called forced rhubarb. It's grown in sheds or hothouses at a warm temperature under a thin layer of soil. The aim is to starve the rhubarb of light, preventing photosynthesis from occurring.
Well, I'm surprised that hasn't been banned. Cruelty to rhubarb. Forcing it to grow. That's as bad as stuffing the chickens.
Yeah. Coughlin in to bowl, and that's fended off one-handed there by Cook. It just spits up him slightly, gets his top hand over that one, fends it away to...
Poor little rhubarb. Let the rhubarb run free.
Not only do you cut the rhubarb away from its roots, but then you take it outdoors and it's, oh, my eyes. Cook's got a slightly open stance here as Coughlin comes in. Oh, and that nips back in, and there's an appeal, and then they gave up because I think fairly shortly after he started to raise his arms in appeal there, he may have thought, Paul Coughlin, that it was an inside edge, or perhaps a little bit too high. He's rubbing the box area and the thigh pad.
Yeah, surprised there wasn't a little bit more reaction on a personal front from Chris Cook for that one, who seemed to be hit amidships.
Coghlan comes in again and bowls. That's pushed towards backward point, picked up by... Is that Dixon down there? Sean Dixon. No run. He's having a chat with the umpire, Ian Blackwell. Joined Durham from Somerset, Blackwell. Coghlan in again. And that's squirted through down towards the third man boundary. Travaskis is there, just down below our commentary position on our right hand side. 1 run. If you want to tweet, it's at Marty Cricket, or you can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. Lots of messages from people yesterday welcoming us back and looking forward to a new season of county cricket, but we didn't get a chance to read a lot of them out because there was very little play after lunch, really. Coghlan in, edged and taken at first slip by David Beddingham, and a rash drive there really from Ingram. And it was a hard edge and it was low, and it was snaffled by Beddingham. So Ingram's gone for 87. Good knock from him. Did well yesterday when Glamorgan got off to a little bit of a tricky start, having lost Andrew Salter in the early exchanges. And they're now 188 for 5.
Well, it's a question of live by the sword, die by the sword for Colin Ingram, wasn't it? He'd played expansively outside off stump. He'd launched into anything that was a little bit wide. He didn't need to play at that, obviously saw it as a major scoring opportunity, but didn't quite get to the pitch of it. And a fast edge was neatly snapped up at second slip. So out on the Australian unlucky number of 87, 13 short of 100. And Coghlan joins the other 3 seamers in the wicket-taking columns.
Round of applause as he heads back up the steps of the pavilion.
Good morning to Adnan, who inquires as to the weather forecast. Well, possibility of showers this afternoon, hopefully not as much as yesterday. Good morning to Emir Evans. Friday in the office with a live stream and your commentary for company. Here's to a full day's play. And as Callum Taylor arrives on the field of play, Ben Bonney has got us all set up. Obviously watching from some exotic part of Spain, and he's got what appears to be a pint of lager next to the commentary stream already. Chris Drew,
whereabouts in Spain?
Doesn't say. Oh,
we need more information than that.
Chris Drew asked if the rhubarb triangle is next to the tea plantations. Well, yeah, Yorkshire known for its tea.
Yeah. We were once talking about Yorkshire tea on air, and I said, do they have Lancashire tea? And somebody said, yes, and it's very bitter.
Tribal loyalties, eh? 188 for 5. Callum Taylor last season played 6 matches in the Championship. Scored 215 runs at an average of 35. A score of 84. That didn't fare terribly well with the ball. 5 wickets at an average that he probably wouldn't want repeating. Mind you, a few of the Glamorgan averages went up horribly in the last match against Surrey, who scored 700 for 4 on an absolute shirt front, stroke road, whatever you'd like to call it. Poor wicket really at the Oval.
Callum Taylor on strike, right-hander. Leaves that one alone from Coghlan, and that is the end of the over. So Glamorgan here on the BBC, 188 for 5. They were at lunch yesterday, 110 for 4, then at tea 153 for 4, and then at close 164 for 4. So 49 overs were lost yesterday. They'll try and reclaim 8 today and 8 tomorrow, weather depending.
Fingers crossed, Chris Rushworth will try and add to Glamorgan's difficulties. Matthew Burgess says, good to hear you back. My knowledge of rhubarb has already increased considerably.
We're here to serve.
Absolutely.
Public service broadcasting.
Yes, well, if we have some really quiet moments, we might investigate vertical farming. Rushworth is in, bowls outside off stump, and Cook allows to go through. Which my daughter, who's in the PR industry, is having to learn very quickly about because she represents a vertical farming client.
Vertical farming?
Yes, it's...
growing things
as it implies, really, having lots of layers of things within giant glasshouses.
Yeah. A bit like the whole of that area around Murcia in Spain, isn't it? There's just thousands and thousands of polytunnel places.
Rushworth bowls. Cook drives on the offside. Will get a couple of runs at least. It won't quite run away over the old practice wickets, and they have to settle for 2. It's 190 for 5. And those practice wickets away to our left towards the pavilion side of the ground are heavily sanded at the ends today because there was water and hailstones and ice congregating in that area yesterday afternoon. So they've been out with the sand buckets.
Yeah.
Rushworth with the silly mid on the drive for Cook, who is brought into play. Plays on the leg side.
I was just doing a little video chat from my room in the press centre yesterday with my daughters and showing them the hailstones and everything, and then I noticed some of the ground staff were trying to have a snowball fight. Quite difficult to make decent snowballs out of hail, though.
Oh, that would be quite painful if they
Wet
struck
and heavy.
at high velocity,
Yeah,
wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Rushworth to Chris Cook on 40 not out. Ooh, fences at that one. That was a poor shot from the former Glamorgan skipper.
Yeah.
As it went through outside off stump. Played a half-hearted shot at it. Dabbled outside off stump. Was fortunate not to get an edge. Ian Evans. Oh dear. As soon as you mentioned rhubarb, Ingram was out. I hope our batting doesn't crumble. Boom.
Oh, clever.
Thank you, Ian.
He's earned his crust there.
As Rushworth into bowl, and Cook pulls, but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
That left the bat. I was expecting to see that disappear into the stand, and then he must have hit it off the toe because it just trickled across towards Travascus at mid-wicket.
Yeah, it looked as though he'd hoik it into the middle of the building work somewhere, but no run. Adnan says that game at the Oval will be remembered for Cook bowling as Hogan kept wicket. Unmatched scenes, yes. Rushworth is in to bowl. Forward comes Cook. It was, I mean, it'll be taken entirely out of context, that scene right at the end of the season, like, you know, in the last 5 minutes of the last game with Chris Cook, who hadn't bowled before, chucking down some absolute filth.
And Michael, Surrey last year.
Yeah, Michael Hogan didn't bother to put the pads on to keep wicket.
Yeah, everybody had a bowl, didn't they?
Yeah.
I remember at the end of the 2013 season, and Durham had won the title, but they were about to lose at Sussex, and they, I think it was Phil Mustard gave the gloves and the pads to Michael Richardson and came to have a bowl. Coghlan in here, the ball to Taylor. Taylor drives, he's off the mark with a nice shot past point for 4 on that short boundary, on that offside towards the grandstand. It was a half volley outside of off stump and was dispatched. Yeah, and Luke Wright was facing the Colonel. That was very wide of off stump, looking at that. And he got him out, LBW, and the Colonel ran off doing a lap of the ground as if he'd just scored the winner in an FA Cup final. And then Luke Wright tweeted later, the Colonel bowls a good flipper, for those who don't know. Coghlan in. That's through to the keeper. The next time I saw Phil Mustard bowling, it was in a benefit match. It was a joint benefit year for Gordon Mutchell and Gareth Breeze, which was played at Durham School. Lovely cricket ground there. And I think he got Shivnarine Chandra Paul caught on a deep mid-wicket in that one as well. So 2 wickets that I saw him take with 2 international batsmen. Glamorgan are on 194 for 5. Coghlan bowls. It's drilled up to mid-off. It's a bobbly ball, and there's no run there.
I've taken a wicket in which an international was also involved. May have been a rugby international, but who took a catch off my bowling, the Cardiff and Wales centre Jamie Robinson. It's dreadful bowling, and thankfully had a good pair of hands underneath the skied one.
Coghlan to Taylor. Oh, that's gone through. That was a decent delivery. Let's see this again. Just past the off stump. A confident leave from the batsman. This is from Newport, Callum Taylor, isn't it?
Yes, brought up in Australia though.
23 years old. So is it the Australian Newport?
No, he was born in Newport, Gwent, as was.
Yeah.
South Wales.
He's on 4 at the moment, and it's another leave from him.
But spent much of his cricketing education in, I think, Queensland off the top of my head. I might be wrong on that. And came back to Britain to try and develop a professional career here, and is succeeding in doing so.
Made his debut in 2020 against Northampton, that Bob Willis Trophy, in that very curtailed season, which lasted 2 months.
With a century.
Flicked off the legs there, I think inside edge onto pad, and nearly knocked himself over in the process. It's gone to square leg, no run.
A century on debut, reached to 3 figures with a 6.
106.
And he was 29 not out when Michael Hogan, the last man, came in. So he scored the other 70 odd in the last wicket partnership.
Interestingly, I'm not sure any of us thought we'd see any cricket in 2020, and Tim Bostock, the Durham chief executive, was part of a working committee trying to put a plan together. And the scheme they came up with, keeping the sides in regional bubbles, so there wasn't any chance of one group cross-contaminating another, if you like.
Yeah, it was better than nothing.
Yeah.
Rushworth into Chris Cook, and he leaves outside off stump. I'll vacate for David Pritchard after this over.
They had a 3-day warm-up match against Yorkshire just before the season officially began, because it was in August and September in 2020, and so the clubs put some money in to hire TV crews for us to go down and commentate so people could watch the pictures, and I got as far as Wetherby on day 1 and it absolutely chucked it down, and got a phone call off Jonathan Deutsch to turn around and go home. So
Rushworth in again to bowl, slashed away by Cook, emphatically dispatched on the offside. For 4 runs, Cook under 44, Glamorgan 2 short of the first batting bonus point on 198 for 5. Yeah, Glamorgan started off down at Taunton, probably wish they hadn't, as they were turned over very quickly by a pair of Overtons before one of them left Somerset, of course. But there we are. At least we had some cricket in 2020, even if the public didn't have the chance to watch it. As bizarrely, Glamorgan played Northants at Edgbaston. I couldn't quite work out why. I think it was for TV cameras or something.
Yeah, that's what they did, because the TV company wanted to have neutral venues, really.
The next delivery is dabbed down into the offside for a single by Cook.
Yeah, Durham played Leicestershire at Headingley, and I think the idea was to keep the TV crews in a bubble in one place and take the teams to them. So Durham played on an afternoon against Leicestershire, and then I think Yorkshire played Derbyshire after that.
Peter Miller claims he's had to turn the commentary off after that rhubarb crumble stuff. Neil Thorne.
I've seen him demolish rhubarb before.
Good morning to Neil Thornycroft. Thank you for your kind words. And good morning to Rob Williams as well, who thanks us for the commentary and the service for blind and visually impaired cricket fans. As Rushworth bowls a short delivery, jabbed away on the offside by Taylor. He'll pick up 4 runs. I didn't realise he'd hit it quite that hard, but it must have been
really
nicely
got on top
timed.
of that.
Bit of pace onto the bat from Rushworth. And yeah, hope you're enjoying the commentary, Rob.
Who's
and
that from, Rob?
Rob Williams.
Fred, who's a blind Glamorgan member, lives on my estate in Sunderland.
Oh, right,
I
yes.
did. Haven't seen him for a while.
Rob is a player for Lancashire in the blind cricket. So good luck to him. And there's Rushworth with the 5th ball off this over. 203 for 5. First bonus point as he bowls to Taylor, who jabs another one on the offside, this time straight to point. And Neil Thornycroft says his son brought him a Playfair from 1963. And there's an interesting article about how cricket can survive the competition with football 59 years ago. So yeah, some of these debates are not new. Playfair and cricketers who's who have appeared, by the way, on my doormat yesterday.
Ian Playfair was in a bookshop the other day talking about them arriving. I can't remember where he was, Ian Marshall, but I presume mine's on the doormat at home, having ordered it weeks and weeks ago.
Rushworth in to bowl, Taylor forward to defend. Taylor is 8, Cook is 45, Glamorgan 203 for 5, having lost Ingram, caught it slip off Coughlin for 87. And you're listening to BBC Sport and Glamorgan Cricket on the website. David Pritchard just joined Martin.
And BBC Radio Newcastle with you as well. Peter Miller saying he's turned off because we were talking about rhubarb. I bet if we'd been talking about keeping chickens, he would have been absolutely hooked. 203 for 5 then, and Colin here to bowl to Cuckoos on 45. Right arm over from the river end. Ball stays low on a length and is played up to mid-on, no run there. Good morning.
Morning. And it's a much better morning than we had yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah, we had a little bit of sunshine yesterday, didn't we? And then just like these Death Star clouds kept coming past, dropping everything they could on us in terms of hailstones. Colin once again comes in, and that's really the keeper. The first 2 hailstorms, the hail lay on the ground for a little while, but you thought, yeah, they can get back on after this. And then the third one, it just was white, wasn't it? And I thought, that was about 4 o'clock. I thought, there's not much chance of this. It was very wet by then. Plus, you know, any idea of a longer day with the lights on is out of the question here, apparently. So,
yeah, no hail so far, but still that chill in the air, certainly.
Oh, a bit of a leading edge there as he plays across the line. Cook, it's gone to Lees at point.
Yeah, we saw Marnus Labuschagne arrive in Cardiff last night, acclimatising with a woolly hat and several layers, so he comes into the reckoning for the next round against Nottinghamshire. Yeah, he might have a task getting into the team ahead of Colin Ingram after his innings today.
This time the ball is played up to mid-off. Coughlin tries to run across to cut it off, but can't quite get there. It's collected instead by Ben Rain.
Yeah, you'd think, despite Ingram's exploits, that the world's #1 test-ranked batsman would still manage to find his way into a Glamorgan starting lineup, but yeah, some welcome competition for places for Glamorgan for once.
Coughlin bowls, and he's over-pitched that, and it's driven wide of mid-off up towards the riverside corner of the ground on our right-hand side for 4. Not much room to defend there if you don't quite get your line right, and that moves Cook on to 49. And I knew it. I said if we'd been talking about chickens, Peter would be happy, and he's just put a picture online there of 2 new arrivals today. Looks like they're eating peas.
He's got quite a collection of animals, hasn't he? Dogs, cats,
yeah,
chicken.
So where are we? 55.5 overs. Last ball of the 56th. This one's defended, and that is the end of the over. So the 200 mark came up in the 55th over.
Yeah, Glamorgan have scored fairly briskly throughout this innings. I was listening with interest to your interview with Ben Rain last night, Martin, and he mentioned how relatively small the boundaries are, that, you know, shots that you'd expect to go for 2 or 3 on some grounds were racing to the boundary for 4, so he expects it to be a relatively high scoring game for this stage of the season, and it looks that way, the way that Chris Cook and Colin Ingram have batted. And speaking of Ben Rain, he'll be the change of bowler from the Cathedral Road end, replacing Chris Rushworth.
A reminder, we're back to 2 divisions this year, so it's started this season how promotion and relegation ended in 2019. So Division 1, Essex, Gloucestershire, Hampshire, Kent, Lancashire, Northants, Somerset, Surrey, Warwickshire and Yorkshire. And then in Division 2, slightly less in the number of teams, but they play each other twice. So
here is Ben Rain, same action as Chris Rushworth, right arm over, and it's left alone by Callum Taylor outside the off stump.
So in this division you've got Glamorgan and Durham playing today. You've got Derbyshire against Middlesex, that one is at Lords. Leicestershire, Notts, Sussex and Worcestershire also playing. So Notts are at Hove. Have Leicestershire got a game this week? Are they playing or not? Or are they next week?
Yes, they're at home to Worcestershire.
Right.
Rain interrupted yesterday.
I couldn't remember seeing much from there yesterday then.
Rain is in, and Taylor leaves that one alone again.
Yes, in Leicester, Worcestershire 133 for 4, but they're only have managed 36 overs. There was weather around at Northampton yesterday as well, wasn't there? Sussex had a good day yesterday against Notts, 331 for 6 they are now. Middlesex 328 for 4 against Derbyshire at Lords. Worcestershire 135 for 4 against Leicestershire. Essex, there was an Alistair Cook century yesterday, 292 for 5 against Kent in Chelmsford. And in Birmingham, a rain affected day yesterday in Surrey, 190 for 3 against Warwickshire.
As Ben Rain comes in to Taylor, who defends for no run.
And Southampton, Somerset all out for 180 yesterday. They were 5 down pretty quickly in that game. Hampshire 145 for none.
Yeah, you'd expect Hampshire to be in the mix for the title this year, wouldn't you? That's a strong looking squad. Abbott and Abbas and Barker among the wickets again yesterday.
He's quick, Abbas. He absolutely annihilated Durham for Leicestershire a few seasons ago.
And Rain bowls to Taylor again, who's defending on the back foot for no run.
In one afternoon, they were bowled out twice in a gale force winds. It was the first named storm of the autumn, and he absolutely went through them twice. And both of their scores that day were their lowest in the county championship. They ended up with an aggregate score of 127.
It's remarkable. Ben Rain in to Taylor, who works it off his pads. They'll rush a single, a slight misfield, which means the single is a little more comfortable than it might have been.
2018 that was. They were out for 61 in the first innings and 66 in the second. So they made 127 for 20 in 52.3 overs. Prior to that, their lowest defeat had been 67 all out at Middlesex in 96. They were all out for 71 at Lords in 2015. That was a bank holiday weekend. That was when James Harris ran through them and took 9 for 36. That was a stormy day as well.
Ben Rain to Taylor, who defends again. It's a tidy first over this from Ben Rain. And at the end of it, Glamorgan are 208 for 5. And speaking of James Harris, he'll be not long until he's involved in this match. He'll either be in next or from the following wicket, returning from Middlesex permanently. He had a couple of loan spells with the Welsh County, having started his career here.
Returning to bowl, Matthew Potts.
Yep, Matthew Potts returning at the River End Ben Rain was maybe the pick of the bowlers yesterday, but Potts arguably had the ball of the day, dismissing opener Andrew Salter for 1.
Yeah, the one that got Kieran Carlson from Ben Rain was a decent delivery as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
If you want to get in touch, wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk is the email. Paul says, "Hi Marty and the band of merry men. Greetings from a sun-kissed but fresh Costerdale Hartlepool. Fairly even after day one, he thinks." Elizabeth has emailed, and it's entitled Rhubarb. 208 for 5 the score. Taylor on 9 as he faces Matty Potts from the River End. And Potts nearly gets one through his defences there. He's played that right off the toe of the bat. And the bat was quite a long way from the body there. Ends up going back up towards the bowler's end. She said, "Good morning all. Continuing on the rhubarb topic, you can apparently hear the rhubarb grow in its candlelit haven. Didn't know that." And she says, "To harvest rhubarb, never cut, always pull." Potts in, defended, it rolls back to him.
Talk about public service broadcasting.
Yeah, and she said, "Hopefully a few more overs today, although the forecast doesn't sound too hopeful later." Yeah, I have to say, I really don't like rhubarb. I just don't find the taste very appealing at all.
I
get away with smidgens of it in a crumble.
Lovely.
It's got to be buried in the crumble somewhere. In comes the bowler. Swings in towards the legs and is played off towards the covers. No run.
Amazing that we've had so few references to Geoffrey Boycott talking about rhubarb and cricket.
Yeah, I thought that was... I just dangled that one in front of them, but...
Was it his mother or grandmother who made several test centuries with a stick of rhubarb?
Yeah, while batting in a pinny.
One of the great
I think
test
it was
batters.
my old granny. Potts bowls, defended this time by Taylor. Runs back to the bowler. Stuart says, "Speaking of the Canary Islands, I'm off there in a few weeks to cover Challenge Mogan Gran Canaria, which is a middle distance triathlon." Very nice.
Yeah, popular destination for triathletes, cyclists.
Yeah. I was just looking at some pictures on Facebook this morning of one of the lads I know. They're all out cycling in Mallorca at the moment. Some big climbs there. Potts once more, over pitch, driven, and good diving stop by Dixon at point, one-handed to his right. No run. Katie says, "It's great to have you all back. I was at Lord's yesterday, so didn't catch any of the Durham game, but hoping to be with you all day today, barring rain."
Yeah, we have some showers forecast this afternoon. Hopefully not as severe as they were yesterday. They were described as light yesterday, but they were anything but.
No. Potts bowls, that's left. It goes low to the keeper, and that is the end of the over. So 58 overs gone. The County Championship, day 2. Hampshire took 3 points yesterday and lead Division 1 already. That's a bit premature, but there you are.
Yeah, some decent scores compiled around the grounds as well, especially in Division 2, Middlesex. 332 for 4 against Derbyshire. Stevie Eskenazi with the first century of the County Championship season yesterday. As Ben Rain continues from the Cathedral Road end to Cook, who leaves outside the off stump. Rain has his hands on his head. He feels that one was close. There was a good few inches between the ball and the off stump. But certainly a probing start to Rain's spell. Yeah, the most economical of the Durham bowlers so far. Going for just 2 runs and over from his 12 overs so far. As he is in once more to Cook, who drives for no run. Stopped by Rain off his own bowling. Well,
Glamorgan got their first batting point in the 55th over. Durham have 1 bowling point on the board. The next wicket will bring them their second. And then they have to get to 9 to get a third. And it's all got to be done, the bonus points by the end of the 110th over. So
as rain is in to Cook, who defends.
So batting points, every 50 runs, once you've got to 200 you get a point. So the next one for Glamorgan would come at 250, so 42 runs away from that.
Yeah, Chris Cook 1 run short of his 50. He'll be looking to anchor this innings now that Colin Ingram has departed. It will be Cook, the former captain, to face Rain, who's over the wicket, running on length, and Cook flicks that off his hip and will bring up his 50 with a single. Chris Cook's 50 coming from 84 deliveries, including 8 fours.
He got some runs against Durham in Swansea from memory. In 2017, made 69 in that game.
And he had a good season last year, scoring at 58. As Ben Rain is in, bowling to Taylor.
Oh, it's trapped in the padlock. It's jammed behind the knee roll, so he had to go down on one knee, and he was shaking his knee and his leg to try and get the ball released, making sure he was facing away from the stumps rather than onto the stumps. A reminder, points-wise, 16 points for a win and 8 for a draw.
Here comes the final ball of Ben Rain's over. And he's into Taylor, who's on the back foot and whips the ball away for a single to square leg to end the over, taking Glamorgan to 210 for 5. And in that 59th over, Chris Cook brought up his half century. He's on 50 not out. Callum Taylor is on 10.
Partnerships, Ingram and Cook put on 80. Current partnership is Cook and Taylor 22. Ingram and Sam Northeast 53 yesterday. Currently 188 for 210 for 5, sorry. Last week it was 188 for 5. Potts bowls, that's through to the keeper. Left alone by Taylor. 1 wicket to fall this morning. And it fell to the bowling of Paul Coughlin. Ingram driving a delivery outside the off stump, could have really left it alone, and thick edge low to first slip and taken by David Bedingham.
There's a bit of international cricket ongoing as well, with South Africa playing Bangladesh.
Yeah. It's defended off towards point. Have you got the scorecard up there? Keegan Peterson, who's joining Durham next week, has he done anything in that game?
Yeah, he's 36 not out with South Africa, 121 for 1 in the 31st over.
So that's the start of play today, is it?
Yes.
Right. So he's due to make his debut for Durham next week, next Thursday, against Leicestershire in Chestley Street, and then the following week Durham are home to Notts before they travel to Hove. Potts from the river end. Sharpish delivery, but again Taylor's able to let it go through to the keeper.
Yeah, quite a few familiar faces from the county circuit playing for South Africa in this test match against Bangladesh. Dean Elgar's the captain, Keegan Peterson, as we mentioned, Simon Harmer, Dwayne Olafia. So quite a few that we've seen playing in the county championship the last few years. Yeah, big loss for Essex to be without Simon Harmer for the start of this season.
Potts in, and it'll hop away from the line of the ball from Taylor, let it go through to the keeper. David John says, read blind commentary, a ball-by-ball commentary is available at the Riverside to visually impaired spectators at all championship and one-day matches there. Yep. And I think Davey Fennick sometimes does that. He's a lad who I know. Chris says, greetings from Tynemouth. The pull not cut rhubarb tip is a good one as Potts bowls. That's played back to him and he snatches at it one-handed. The ball comes to rest on an adjacent wicket. No run. He says, the pull not cut rhubarb tip is a good one. Cutting rhubarb increases the chance of disease getting into the plant via the stump that's left in the ground. A quick yank is much better. And yes, I should get out more, he says. And Stuart said, rhubarb doesn't like you either, according to my sources. Potts in, defended. On off stump, the ball bounces off towards mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 210 for 5. Be with you for a few more minutes. I'll have to nip next door to do an update for BBC Radio Newcastle.
This rhubarb chat rivals Test Match Special and its cake conversations.
Yeah. I remember as a kid, my granddad used to do lots of cricket cartoons, and he got some published in I think the Cricketer magazine or Wisden or whatever, and then he was invited into the Test Match Special press box at Headingley during a test, and my nana was absolutely thrilled and baked a chocolate cake for them, and a proud day for the Emerson family. I think it was probably against the West Indies in 1984.
As Ben Rain is in to Cook, who tries to hack away down to point, but there's no run.
My nana was a tea lady at Whitburn Cricket Club for decades. There can't be many Durham Senior League cricketers she didn't feed over the years.
Yeah, the great tees. One of the main reasons we play cricket at all. As Ben Rain starts on his run up from the Cathedral Road end to Cook, who defends for no run.
Last year or two, haven't they had to? The players had to take their own packed lunches or something.
Yeah,
and I think in some leagues they had to eat them in the car, didn't they?
Yeah, there was. Yeah, you had to change before turning up. You had to bring your own teas. Not the same. Certainly at any level that I've ever played. If you take the teas away, then there's not much point turning up. As Ben Rain starts again from the top of his mark. Cook faces and defends. Some cries of anguish from the slip cordon that seemed to have Cook in a little discomfort. He managed to block it out.
The Anguished Slips, the latest in the whatever crime series. Who would have written that book?
Yeah, let's sell the rights to Netflix.
What's that place called where everybody dies in the village? Midsummer Murders?
Ben Rain is in to Cook, who prods at that and plays and misses.
I remember one night a few years ago, my Twitter feed was suddenly alive with cricketers discussing, I think it was the Midsummer Murders, and it was set around at a T10 competition or something. And I think it was filmed at Getty's estate in near High Wycombe. What's that called again? Wormsley, yeah. And
Rain to Cook, who defends on the back foot.
I can't remember. I don't really see it. My only thought is, who on earth would want to live in Midsummer?
Yeah, those. Surely the reviews.
And you know, John Nettles worked as a detective in that, didn't he? Previously, he was in Jersey, and there was loads of crime there as well. So there's a bit of a link between the two, I think. I think the premise to that one was rival cricket competitions or something.
As Rain is in to Cook, who's forward defending for no run.
Anyway, no doubt one of our listeners can find out what it was and let us know. I have to disappear, so I'll see you all later.
And at the end of the 61st over, Glamorgan are 210 for 5. Chris Cook on 50 and Callum Taylor on 10. The batters at the crease as Durham's players make their way around for the next over from Potts, and I'm rejoined by Nick Webb.
If I can avoid hitting myself on the head with the headphones, it's not a good start to the stint. As the first delivery of the over is driven firmly by Callum Taylor into the covers. Matty Potts 1 for 59 at the moment. Yeah, I seem to remember the cricket story in Midsummer Murders was pretty ludicrous.
Yeah, sport in film isn't often illustrated in a very realistic way, is it? Whether it's Hollywood or TV, whether it's football, rugby, cricket, never seem to get it right.
Next delivery from Potts is short and Taylor flays at it. That could have gone anywhere if he'd made contact. Might have ended up going over third man, but no contact. It was a rare short delivery, really. There hasn't been much bounce in this pitch. That was outside off stump, and Taylor launched the kitchen sinker, that one. Now, wasn't there a murder by bowling machine in Midsummer Murders? I believe. That they strapped someone in position and fired a load of balls at him, so to speak. As next delivery is defended by Taylor out on the offside, and there's no run. A little bit of a quieter spell now after Ingram early and Cook opened up at one stage, but Durham getting a bit of control back. 210 for 5.
Yeah, most films with some sporting action seem to lack a certain authenticity. Is it Invictus?
Ah, yes. As Taylor deflects that one on the leg side and goes through for a single to a gap into the mid-wicket area. Taylor 211.
Yeah,
211 for 5.
Matt Damon's short-lived rugby career.
Well, he's about 6 inches too short to play the part, wasn't he?
Yes.
And it also features the worst dropout restart I've ever seen, I think. It was worthy of a 10-year-old's match where the ball just dribbles along the ground for no particular reason. I mean, surely they could have, faked a reasonable start to the match. As Cook dabs that one on the offside, they'll go through for a quick single. They're safely home as the throw comes in from cover, and it's well backed up by Graham Clark, the 12th man temporarily on the field. 212 for 5. I believe there was a cricket murder on Death in Paradise as well, which again is a place with a suspiciously high murder rate. As in comes Potts and bowls, and Taylor pushes forward. Back to the bowler, no run, and the over. 212 for 5. A couple of sharply taken singles in that particular over. Ken Hanna suggests, is this Glamorgan's earliest ever batting point? Well, no, they did actually get the batting points at the start of last season as well, against Yorkshire, where they finished up 330 all out up at Headingley, so they did get some there, but it was around about the same time of year. But there were a couple of low-scoring games in that first block for Glamorgan.
Ben Rain will continue from the Cathedral Road end. He's into Cook. That ball seems to rear a bit towards Cook, who looks back at the pitch with some bemusement. He managed to play it well with soft hands, guiding it towards a gully, but there's been a couple of signs of variable bounce in this pitch this morning.
After our earlier discussion of rhubarb, David Battersby has found a group called Rhubarb. It's a little far out for my tastes.
Rain is into Cook, who leaves outside the off stump.
Far out man. That sort of vibe. 212 for 5. Younger listeners will have no idea what I'm talking about. It's all a little bit sedate. I thought Glamorgan might look to press on in this period with against the old ball.
Rain bowls to Cook, who defends. Yes, it's as if Glamorgan have rather put the brakes on after Ingram was caught trying to throw his arms through a cover drive again, but edging to Beddingham in the slips.
Yeah, that was a risk that Ingram was willing to take, wasn't it, throughout his innings, and profited pretty well before finally being dismissed.
Yeah, Cook has played aggressively when the opportunity has arisen as well. He's currently on 51 as rain is into him, and Cook leaves outside the off stump once more.
And you have to give credit to the bowlers for tightening things up as well.
Yeah, strangely it was Chris Rushworth, usually so economical and prolific in wicket-taking terms. He's the bowler who's come in for most punishment this morning, and there were a couple of expensive overs yesterday as well. But Ben Rain currently going at fewer than 2 runs an over. He's into Cook, who works one off his legs down to square leg for a single. That takes Cook on to 52 and Glamorgan to 213 for 5.
Yeah, and Glamorgan will be, as David Lloyd said last night, 300 plus is their first target. They're going at a reasonable run rate, just under 3.5 runs and over. So pretty respectable for the early season. Hello, short leg.
Yeah, so Ben Rain has called for a short leg as he bowls to Callum Taylor. Slight change of ploy from Durham. Fielders are in close, 2 slips. As rain is in over the wicket to Taylor, who's forward defending for no run. And that is the end of the over. Glamorgan 213 for 5 after 63 overs. Yeah, short-lived ploy for the short leg, but I'm sure we'll see him in action again.
Seems to be a reasonable chance of interruptions this afternoon, unfortunately. Hopefully not as decisive as yesterday's interruptions, when the hailstorms whisked across this part of central Cardiff. Potts into his 17th over then, 1 for 61. Next to his name on the board at the moment, 213 for 5. As Potts is into bowled. Cook, who leaves with a Labuschagne-esque flourish of the bat.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that we'll see from Glamorgan players over the next few years who've netted with Marnus Labuschagne. We've seen quite a few more Australian batters doing it. I was watching some of the Big Bash, and quite a few of the youngsters coming through in Australia now are quite fond of the Steve Smith and Labuschagne eccentricities at the crease.
Now ran. Potts in to bowl, and Cook flicks it off his hips down to Rushworth at a fine leg. They'll amble through for a single. Cook to 53, 214 for 5.
I thought that was a very restrained no run there from you, Nick. I won't ask you to go full Marnus.
No, break the microphone, I expect.
Well, you're hoping to speak to him soon, aren't you? Now he's arrived in.
Yeah, hopefully
Cardiff.
in the next few days.
Maybe we'll get him to give you a nice rendition of one of his elaborate no-run calls.
Potts in to bowl. Taylor forward, big appeal, out. And Matty Potts looked pretty convinced about that one, and so was umpire Warren, as Callum Taylor falls leg before for just 11. I presume he was given out leg before rather than caught behind, because the ball ended up in the keeper's hands anyway. Maybe flicked fairly high on the pad. Whether it was going over was probably the the only doubt, but umpire Warren had no doubt. Durham have a second bowling bonus point, and Glamorgan at 214 for 6 with Callum Taylor 11 off 35 balls. And looking at the slow-mo replay, I think he was hit actually around the knee roll. So,
and I think it was on the back pad as well, which probably helped Potts' cause.
Yeah,
less distance to travel, and probably would just have trimmed the top of middle and off.
So the addition of Callum Taylor to the Glamorgan batting lineup doesn't quite work. First time off, 214 for 6. So Durham fighting back. Was it 164 for 4 overnight? So just 50 more runs added for the loss of 2 genuine batsmen in Colin Ingram for 87 and now Callum Taylor for 11. That's the 64th over of the innings, so we've got plenty more available for the sides to garner batting bonus points. James Wheel is in at number 8, ahead of James Harris. It's quite low down for Harris at 9.
Yeah, quite a deep batting lineup for Glamorgan. Quite an accomplished batter, Harris.
Last season, well, just had a couple of innings for Glamorgan because he played mostly for Middlesex. 2 games on loan, scored 35 runs for once out. Took 4 wickets. Harris playing in the 3rd and 4th rounds of last season. The defeat at Northampton and the victory at home against Kent in a rather low-scoring match.
And James Wheel's another with a pretty respectable batting average over the course of his first-class career, just 21.51, so quite a decent batting average for him. And a former Durham player, of course, so playing against his former county.
So Wheel faces up to Maddie Potts, left-handed, tall, and drives at that one. There was an exclamation from Potts as thinking he'd almost got through. It was well pitched up. Wheel jabbing down on it and getting the bottom part of the bat on it. 214 for 6. Wheel had some spectacular runs in one of the pre-season friendlies. I think it was the game at Bristol where he scored 70 odd in at Bethan, a run a ball. Potts in bowled to Wheel. Is a big appeal for LBW, and that one's given. He's hit fairly low down. Wheel stares at the umpire and gets confirmation of the finger. So 2 LBWs in the space of 3 balls from Maddie Potts. Hit fairly low down. Maybe Wheel was thinking there's a bit of an inside edge in there.
I'm thinking that must be Wheel's complaint there, because it looked to hit him in front. It was Yorker length.
So we'll see a slow-mo version on our replay screen here.
He does jam his bat down onto his toe, and it's one of those that
you're not quite sure what the ball's hit on the way through. Wheel looks ultra disappointed anyway. Not very often you see the umpire put the finger up twice. Yes, you really are out. 214 for 7, so it really is Durham's morning now. Despite Glamorgan having looked good. But 2 wickets in the space of an over really changes things round. And Durham looking to dismiss Glamorgan for under 250 now, which would not be a huge total given how well they've seemed to be moving at times, but haven't really been able to kick on with the partnerships.
Indeed, and as we mentioned earlier, Ben Rain, the Durham bowler, saying last night that the boundaries here are in relatively close, so he thought it would be a relatively high-scoring game. So if Durham get after Glamorgan's bowlers, a little like Cook and Ingram have done at times in this innings, then you'd think a decent total is possible. A good cricket wicket, as they'd say, because there's something in it for batters and bowlers. As James Harris walks to the crease.
Yeah, James Harris, 31 years old. 6 seasons with Glamorgan at the start of his career. Then 9 seasons largely with Middlesex. A few spells on loan as he faces up to a ball from Potts that's outside off stump and is allowed to go through. It is the end of a double wicket over from Matty Potts, who now has 3 for 62 off 17 overs. Chris Cook is there on 53 not out. James Harris has just joined him. It's 214 for 7.
Yeah, certainly Durham's morning session after that double wicket over for Potts. I wonder if we'll see Chris Cook revert to a slightly more aggressive style. Harris is more than capable of sticking around. Man with plenty of first-class runs to his name. As Ben Rain continues from the Cathedral Road end, he's into Cook, who works one off his legs for a single down to square leg.
I wouldn't have thought Cook would really look to throw the bat until, if it comes about, he's accompanied by Michael Hogan, because Harris can bat, and Van der Hoogten can certainly stick around. Had a half century in the first game of last season at Headingley.
Yeah, Harris, like Wheel, another with a healthy career batting average in first-class cricket, just a touch under 23. As he faces a ball from Ben Rain on a length towards middle and leg, and Harris prods it to mid-on for no run.
If you're wondering, by the way, how James Harris has managed to have 6 seasons with Glamorgan and 9 seasons with Middlesex, he did make his debut at the age of 16. Made his second 11 debut at the age of 14.
And he faces Ben Rain, slightly back of a length this time, and Harris works it off his hips to mid-on for no run.
And at the time of his first 5 for in first-class cricket, he wasn't officially able to celebrate with anything alcoholic, because he was only 17 at the time.
Panda Pop initiation.
Whether he had to buy a round for everyone else, I don't know.
Ben Rain runs in and bowls to Harris, who defends once again, picked up at mid-wicket. Yeah, he's batted pretty high up for Middlesex, isn't he, Harris? You know, he's a middle-order batsman at times. Very accomplished batter.
Yes, he's certainly got the technique if he gets in. There's a few Glamorgan batters in this innings have not got in.
As Ben Rain charges in once more. Slightly fuller ball, which Harris works down the leg side. There'll be at least a couple of runs here. It's a chase on down at fine leg, and it's well stopped. Harris considers turning for a third, but he'll settle for 2 runs. So Harris is off the mark. He moves on to 2, and Glamorgan are 217 for 7.
Decent sprawling stop on the boundary by the man running round from backward square. Ben Harris is up and running, and spots a blade of grass that he doesn't like the look of halfway down the pitch, and goes down to move it.
You must have heard the rhubarb chat earlier and fancy doing a spot of gardening on the pitch.
Oh dear.
Ben Rain is in to Harris, who leaves that go outside the off stump. And that's the end of the over. Glamorgan 217 for 7.
Yeah, just to remind you that we have got an extra 10 minutes play for you here in the morning session, which will go on till 10 past 1. Extra 10 minutes added to the afternoon session as well, so that'll be from 1:50 through till 4 o'clock. And the evening session from 4:20 through till 6:30 officially, but it's bound to be later, even if we don't get interruptions for the weather.
We mentioned earlier that Durham's Keegan Peterson is in action for South Africa against Bangladesh in their test match today. Peterson's just brought up his 50. He's 52 not out with South Africa 149 for 2.
Potts to Cook, who pushes forward and is beaten. Eckersley doesn't take it cleanly anyway, as that went through fairly low down. Yes, Durham will enjoy his company for the next 6 weeks or so. There's a noise you may hear in the background as the workforce get their labours on top of the grandstand. Should be a sparkling new look at Sophia Gardens. There's Potts in bowl. Cook leaves outside off stump with a flourish. And hopefully that grandstand will be thickly populated in the T20 competition and the 100, as well as an England limited overs international here. The T20, by the way, starts here in early June. Thursday the 2nd of June, I believe, is the first game. Glamorgan with their first 3 away. Potts bowls to Cook, who drives into the offside, finds a gap, will get at least a single, just a single. As it's fielded at cover. Cook to 55, 218 for 7. Glamorgan start the season with a little road trip. They play at Hove on the Thursday night, 26th of May. Surrey the following night, which is just up the road really from the Hove to the Oval, and then Sunday at Radlett in Hertfordshire against Middlesex. That's nicely played on the leg side by Harris, but straight to mid-wicket. Jones fields, no run. It's nice to find a bit of fixture list looking well organised.
It is, isn't it? A bit of consistency in competition, a good chunk of county championship cricket, followed by the T20s.
Yes, there is much wrong with this season's fixture list still, but there we are. As Harris drives, gets a thick edge, and will get 4 runs down to the wide third man position, which is currently vacant on a fairly shortish boundary on the 45, and Harris gets his first boundary. Glamorgan move on to double Nelson, 222 for 7.
Yeah, just taking a look at the scores around the grounds in Division 2. Sussex have moved on to 354 against Nottinghamshire. Young Tom Clark with a century there. And Middlesex are 361 for 7 against Derbyshire.
Potts 3 for 67. Currently Durham's most successful bowler, though Rain has been the most economical. 2 for 30 off his 16 overs. 14 overs left with the old ball after this delivery, which Harris plays defensively off the back foot. Back to Potts. It's 222 for 7, 66 overs. Cook has 55. Harris has 6. If you are just joining us for the first time today, the wickets to fall, those of Colin Ingram, caught by David Bellingham at slip off the bowling of Paul Coughlin for 87. That was 5 for 188. And then 2 wickets falling in the space of 3 balls in the 64th over, when Callum Taylor was trapped leg before by Matty Potts for 11, and 2 balls later the former Durham player James Wheel also given LBW without scoring.
As Ben Rain begins a new over from the Cathedral Road end. He's over the wicket to Cook, who defends for no run. Stopped at mid-on. Yeah, Cook has looked pretty compact, pretty tidy, taking his form from last season into this game by the looks of things. Averaged 58 last season, and he's looked very at ease with his own game so far in this match.
Finished off with that double century at the Oval.
As Rain comes in again over the wicket. A fullish ball outside the off stump, which Cook leaves alone.
A batsman's paradise, which a certain northern pundit might have brought his grandmother wielding a stick of rhubarb into the conversation. Glamorgan declared on 672 for 6, and I haven't even written the final series score down. It was that interesting. 700 odd for 4.
Rain is into Cook, who leaves that again. Good carry on that delivery. Eckersley taking it almost at head height.
Virtually everyone got man of highest ever scores in that game. About 5 of them, I think. Ollie Pope, 274, was the top scorer of the match.
It's a little like that Australia-Pakistan, the first test, was one of the most tedious test matches I've ever seen.
Yes, had it not been for the sunshine and the charming company of Mark Church, it would have been a really bad week, but had its ups.
Rain to Cook. A full delivery, which Cook drives, and they'll scramble for a single through to mid-on. Cook moves on to 56. Glamorgan 223 for 7. Yeah, after that little flurry of wickets, Glamorgan seemed to have settled again. Harris so far looking relatively comfortable alongside the settled Cook at the other end. Harris will face Rain. 2 slips and a gully. Although
no longer 2 slips and a gully.
Just as I say that, yeah. Paul Coughlin moves from gully, so kind of just in front of square, but pretty short. Rain is in, and Harris edges to second slip, and he's gone. Glamorgan now 8 wickets down, 223 for 8. James Harris dismissed by Ben Rain for 6 runs.
It was a fairly routine dismissal, wasn't it? Just didn't quite get to the pitch of it. It was an archetypal slip catch, really. After Durham had changed the field to remove their gully.
Yeah, I think it was the captain, Borthwick, who took the catch. And just watching the replay, he was still moving the field as Ben Rain was running in. There's a thickish outside edge from Harris, safely taken by Borthwick. Rain has his 3rd wicket, and Durham have their 8th.
Almost looked as though Harris was trying to angle the bat there. It was a fairly thick edge. He's gone for 6, just the 1 boundary. 223 for 8, and after Glamorgan's strong position overnight, Durham really have fought back with Rain, Coughlin and Potts getting the wickets this morning, and Glamorgan in a bit of a mess and might be bowled out without recourse to the new ball, it seems. We're in the 67th over, and hasn't been the greatest from the home side, but credit to Durham for putting the ball consistently in the right place.
Tim van der Hugden is the new batter for Glamorgan.
Top score of 85 in the first game of last season. Glamorgan could do with a repeat of that in the first game of this season.
Yeah, it's a useful tale for Glamorgan. Van der Hugden can certainly hold a bat, and we might see some fireworks from Michael Hogan.
We might see absolutely anything from Michael Hogan. A man fond of using his tall stature, long arms, big reach. Wonder if he'll take a guard. Doesn't always worry about such technicalities. Listening to BBC Sport Online, David Pritchard, Zarf Nick Webb and Martin Emerson with you for another 41 minutes, unless wickets fall, in which case the interval may be readjusted. Either way, really. Extend the session if they're 9 wickets down. Well, it might be shortened if those wickets were to fall in the next half hour or so.
Well, Durham have stuck with the same field that did for Harris, so Coughlin will stay in that position just in front of square leg, a shortish position. 2 slips for Rain, who bowls to Van der Hoogten, hits the pads, look to be going comfortably down the leg side, so those half appeals are ended quite swiftly. Another productive over for Durham, a wicket in it for Ben Rain, his third. His figures so far read 17 overs, 3 maidens, 3 wickets for 31 runs. Glamorgan are 223 for 8. Chris Cook unbeaten on 56, just joined by Tim van der Hoogten, yet to score off his one delivery.
So the weather looks reasonable at the moment. There is a little bit of darker cloud around, but the skies are blue overhead as Potts is in to bowl to Cook, who plays gently to mid-wicket. There's no run. Jones doing the fielding. City Hall clock in the distance, chiming the half hour. There's only one real group of spectators up at the River Taff end, plus the youngsters away in the pavilion. A few in the members' enclosure as well. As Cook dabs the next delivery down in front of him.
Yeah, just on those dark clouds looming behind the pavilion. Like yesterday, we've got some, quote, light rain showers forecast between 3 and 5. But of course, the same forecast yesterday ended up being a pretty extreme hailstorm, lightning, thunder, the full works. So let's hope this forecast is a little more accurate and we're able to get some more play today.
Potts to Cook, who was beaten by that one. A little bit of bounce and carry from Matty Potts, despite the old ball. Putting his back into it after his double success a couple of overs ago. And beating Chris Cook.
Yeah, we've seen the ball carry pretty well in the last few overs, certainly from Potts, who's got some life out of this pitch on a few occasions.
Potts bounding in enthusiastically, bowls to Cook, who's playing this one back to the bowler. As quite often looks fairly square, Chris Cook has got a very open stance. And then gets everything behind the ball. 223 for 8. He's got a lot of work to do to get Glamorgan up to respectability. Having looked well set. Passing 200 with 5 down, but 3 wickets going in quick succession. As Cook flicks at that one down leg side, missed out really. It was there to be hit, but he didn't get anything through it as it went through to Ned Eckersley. As square leg now is coming in off the boundary, possibly to try and get Van der Hoogten onto strike, reduce Chris Cook's options of the easy single. Well, there still are a couple of gaps in the field as Cook drives that one back to the bowler, who fields in his follow through. End of another solid over from Matty Potts. 19 overs, 3 for 67. Ben Rain 3 for 31 at the other end. As the Durham coach is going on a little wander in the sunshine down beneath us. 223 for 8. Cook 56. Van der Hoogten yet to score.
Yeah, it's been a good spell from Durham this. Glamorgan were scoring quite freely at times, certainly yesterday, and they were still just a touch under 4 runs and over earlier this morning, but the run rate is down to 3.28 now, which illustrates how Durham have been able to maintain the pressure. Accurate bowling from both ends, from Rain and Potts in particular, and those have brought 3 wickets in relatively quick succession, as well as Ingram's this morning, as Rain bowls outside off stump and Van der Hugden leaves it alone.
Martin Emerson rejoining us after this over, and David will be able to take a blow.
Yeah, you'd imagine the Durham coaches taking a walk just by the boundary in front of us will be pretty happy with their players' work this morning. As Rain comes into Van der Hugden again, who drives. It's through the covers, bit of a misfield there. And Van der Hugden will return for a second run. Bit of sloppiness in the field there, alleviating a bit of the pressure that was building. Rain looks a bit annoyed as he throws the ball to Rushworth, who'll give it a shine.
Yeah, Sean Dixon seemed to dive over that one somewhat, didn't he?
Yeah, the bowling brains trust of this Durham team. Rain and Rushworth chatting to each other before Ben Rain sets off and bowls to Van der Hugden, who defends.
He's quite a burly build, Tim Van der Hugden, and on the defensive he does quite often look fairly solid, can hang around. Batted through the last session of a game to save a championship match with Chris Cook a couple of seasons back in 2020.
As Rain is in, again to Van der Hugden, who looks to nudge it onto the leg side, but it's straight to a fielder for no run. Yeah, Durham seem content with it. 2 slips for now. No need for that gully yet.
Got some fairly eagle-eyed listeners from the latest tweet that Marty's got, which will allow him to read out in a moment.
Borthwick tinkers with his field again. The gully is back in for Van der Hugden. Just 2 fielders on the boundary, one just backward of square and the other in front of point as Rain is in. Van Hugden slashes at that towards that fielder in front of point, who cuts it off for a single. Glamorgan now 226 for 8. 1 ball left in this 69th over from Ben Rain.
Good afternoon to Rob Manchester's listening on a train from Scotland heading towards Manchester. We go everywhere.
Rain is into Cook, who works the ball behind point. There's a chase on here for the fielders.
Cook slipped there on the turn and had to send Van der Hugden back.
So just the single there to end the over. Chris Cook moves on to 57. Glamorgan 227 for 8. And we're rejoined by Martin Emerson.
Thank you very much indeed, David. As Glammy podcast boys saying must work towards 250 for a second batting point. Well, Van der Hugden is a perfectly capable batsman, but several capable batsmen have fallen cheaply in this innings. Welcome back, Martin.
Yeah, Stuart Dick, who's got time on his hands today by the scenes of things, says half the wickets in this innings have come on the 5th ball of an over. Completely irrelevant stat for you there. The 4th, the 5th, the 7th and the 8th. Paul Coghlan back into the attack from the river end of the ground. Close up of the workmen on the roof there. What they're doing painting in, are they?
There's a good deal of refurbishment going on.
Yeah. In comes Coughlin with a short ball, pulled off towards long leg for one by Cook. Moves on to 58. When was this stadium rebuilt? Was it for 2009?
That was the first major match here, the 2009 Ashes series. So, apparently it was expected, but that they'd have to refurbish it about 12, 13 years in. But apparently a bit of shock bad weather has delayed the work's progress.
Coughlin now to Van der Houten, defends this one, runs up to mid-off. I remember we were staying in a farmhouse on the Llyn Peninsula near Abersoch when that test match was on, and my dad came down for a few days to visit us and said, do you fancy popping down to Cardiff to see if we can get some tickets? And the farmer said, it will take you 5 hours to get down there. And we were like, why? And he said, because you're going to have to go back into England to do it. So that's left alone. Basically, the quickest route was to drive all the way back to Cheshire and down the M6 past Birmingham and then back in that way, rather than pick your way through the hills and
there is no
the Cambrian mountains and whatnot.
Good way between North and South Wales, unfortunately, for the cohesion of the nation.
Van der Houten's on 3 as Coughlin bowls, and he's forward to that one, plays it up to mid-off, no run.
I've travelled from Cardiff to the game at Colwyn Bay several different ways, and they all take.
Yeah.
You can go up the A470 towards the northwest of Wales. You can go up the borders, and tried that and got stuck behind some agricultural vehicle going about 20 miles an hour for about an hour.
Yeah.
That improved my temper.
That's left, and it swings away towards first slip, taken by their keeper.
But I usually end up going back into England and M5, M6 and across the top of North Wales.
Well, we used to holiday every school holidays in St Harmon near Rhaeadr for years, because my step-grandfather had a house there, and there were no quick routes around there either. In comes the bowl, and that's left alone. But I suppose the nature of mid-Wales is that it's the tranquility and the beauty and the scenery. You don't go there to look for a motorway, do you? Really? You know?
Yeah, if only we could have an underground motorway between north and south.
Yeah. We were in Abercwmbir about 4 years ago, and I went and retraced some of the places where I used to visit as a teenager. And change of bowling, Chris Rushworth coming back into the attack, who has taken 1 for 48 so far from 16. Sorry, that's not him, that's Coughlin. He's taken 1 for 71 from 17 overs, 2 maidens. Coughlin 1 for 48 from 16, 3 maidens.
Yeah, it's a great rarity for Rushworth not to be the most effective, isn't it? His 59 wickets last season, as he bounds away from us and bowls and almost gets one through the defence of Chris Cook, who came down on it fairly late there, jabbed down on it. He did get a bat on it, but kept a little bit low, on the looking at the replay, and Cook did well to defend that.
Yesterday I was talking about what looked like sort of corrugated lines at one end of the square. I was just wondering if that had clipped the edge of one of those. Looks like the way it's been cut, doesn't it? There are lighter lines going across the wicket.
Yeah, I think that one was a fuller length though than one of those patches, as Rushworth bowls to Cook, who defends that one more solidly this time. Out to Dixon at cover, and there's no run.
I was going to say, a great place to go and while away an hour or more is the National Cycling Museum in Llandrindod, Wales, but it's run by volunteers, so quite often it's not open. But I went and knocked on the door one Friday afternoon, and the guy showed me around. There's some fascinating stuff in there. Real collection of interesting things, including Chris Boardman's original Olympic bike.
All right. Rushworth past umpire Blackwell, bowls and cut away by Cook towards backward point, but it's just the single. As Jones runs round, is stationed in the deep for Cook. He'll no doubt advance for Van der Houten, who's on 3 not out.
When you live in the south, of Wales, what side of mindset do you have about the geography of the north and its location to where you are? Does it feel like an entirely different place, or?
There's a different feel between north and south, yeah. As in comes Rushworth, bowls, driven out on the offside by Van der Hoogten, and there's no run. Good stop by Dixon. It's a good question, actually. I think for a lot of South Walians, there is a mindset of, anything above the heads of the valley roads from sort of Merthyr is strange territory, which is obviously ridiculous since it's only about 30 miles from here. Rushworth bowls. Shortish ball that Van der Hoogten just sways away from, 229 for 8. But
I've used that route a few times, coming to cup finals down in Cardiff, rather than take the M4, come in the back way, and come in. I think you come in round the back of here, don't you?
Yeah.
And the drive up towards is it Monmouth, Ross-on-Wye? That's a nice drive.
Yep.
But you are going sort of east then, aren't you? Really northeast.
Head that way for many cricket fixtures in the Midlands, through Monmouth area. As that one from Rushworth has got a bit of extra life in it, and beats Van der Hoogten to conclude the over, 229 for 8. Cook is 59. Van der Hoogten is 3, and Glamorgan this morning have added just 65 runs for the loss of 4 wickets, so emphatically the visitors' morning. Not saying that I'd share that mindset about anywhere north of Merthyr, because obviously BBC Wales, you end up travelling all over during the time.
Coghlan to Cook on 59. Cook cuts at the ball. Good tumbling stop, a backward point by Dixon.
Rob Williams says the good way between North and South Wales is any way that leads to North Wales. Thank you, Rob. Yeah, I meant good, fast rather than good. Okay.
Yeah. In comes Coghlan again, a little whip down towards third man and gone, and that is the end of Cook. A diving catch coming in off the boundary there from Liam Travaskis. He was just trying to help it on its way with a flick of the wrists, but he put it straight to the direction of Travaskis. He had to come in a few yards off the boundary, but he took a nice diving catch, and that's the third bowling point wrapped up for Durham, and Glamorgan are 229 for 9, and lunch is meant to be at 1:10. We could have a scenario here where we end up with an extra half hour, but
or Durham batting for a couple of overs.
Yeah.
Well, that's an odd way to get out for Chris Cook. You don't see many of those caught at third man. It was a good diving catch by Travaskis. Maybe the shot was fair enough, but would have hit it a little bit squarer. And the Glamorgan tumble of wickets continues. They got 214 before the 6th wicket left, so it's just 4 wickets have gone for 15 runs now, which is a bit of a mess as far as the home side are concerned.
They've lost their way since Ingram went, haven't they, really?
Yeah, Taylor looked as though he was just going to get going. Michael Hogan, the senior statesman, plays the first innings of his last season in first-class cricket as he hangs up his battered bowling boots in September.
41 in set by then, isn't he?
Yeah.
Apparently he's never been out LBW, is that right?
Correct. In first-class cricket.
Yeah.
Or senior cricket. County cricket.
Is that because he never has his legs anywhere near the stumps? Or?
You might say that. I couldn't possibly comment. Front leg towards mid-wicket. Now will he take guard? That's the question. Having a chat with Van der Hoogten. Very professional as Hogan strides to the middle. swings his bat, surveys the scenery, and does not take guard. Could the end be nigh?
Coughlin in. Ooh, playing a miss. That was a rapid delivery. And his looks from this angle, we're down at fine leg and upstairs on the 3rd floor, like he is batting outside the line of his stumps towards the leg side, but as he tried to play at that one, he was standing outside the off stump by the time he finished the shot.
There's a lot of movement going on, isn't there?
Yeah. He didn't become a pro, did he, till
28.
28. Coughlin in again. That's played back to him, bump ball.
He is working on the as a cricket groundsman for at one point in his mid-20s, before being signed up by Western Australia following trials. Spent 5 or 6 years playing all year round in both Australia and Britain.
Coughlin in, and the ball pushed off towards the covers. He must have played at some point then with Marcus North. I'd imagine their careers would have intertwined.
Yeah, I think so. When was North at Glamorgan?
He played for 6 counties and all, including Hampshire for half a day. Coughlin balls. Where's that gone? It's up in the air. That's driven by Hogan, and it's away for 4 towards the grandstand on the right-hand side. Short boundary, remember, on that side. But the ball pitching wide of off stump on a half volley.
How did Marcus North play for Hampshire for half a day then?
Because he joined them and then had started playing a game and then got a call up.
Ah.
So he only played for them for the half a day, something like that. He was at Durham. Where else did he go? He came here, did he?
Yeah, he was here. He was T20 captain, I believe.
Was he? I'm trying to remember which counties he played for. Because he was one of a very finite list of players who played for 6, but I think the record's something like 8 now.
2:33 for 9. Rushworth trying to finish things off. Van der Hoogten has 3. Hogan has 4. As Rushworth bowls and a big swing on the leg side. Where's that one ended up? It's rather clothed up towards wide long on, and Van der Hoogten takes a single. 2:34 for 9.
Derek Allen's tweeted to say the new signing for Durham, who arrives next week, Keegan Peterson, has got his 4th Test match 50 for South Africa. Marnus Labuschagne here for Glamorgan next week as well.
As Rushworth is in to bowl to Hogan on the back foot, plays a defensive shot for once to Dixon at cover, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, Broad against Labuschagne at Trent Bridge next week should actually interest some of the national media, I would guess. We had Labuschagne did battle with Jimmy Anderson when Anderson won last year at Old Trafford. Rushworth in to Hogan, who plays that one nicely on the offside, but virtually straight to point, and there's no run. Something of a weather hit 4 days at Lancashire towards the beginning of last season. It was round 5 in fact, but they only got through 1 innings apiece. Some torrential rain at Old Trafford. As Rushworth into bowl, Hogan on the back foot defends, no run. Labuschagne was caught behind off Jimmy Anderson for just 12, so he'll be hoping to take a few more off Stuart Broad's next week. Broad having been rested for the first round of the championship from his recent toils. Oh no, he didn't have any recent toils. Rushworth from the Cathedral Road end bowls to Hogan, who swings and is bowled, aiming to disturb the builders at mid-wicket, and Glamorgan are all out for 234. Chris Rushworth has 2 for 73, 2 wickets to Paul Coughlin, 3 apiece to Ben Rain and Matty Potts, and just 70 further runs added this morning by Glamorgan for the loss of 6 further wickets, so it has very emphatically been Durham's morning. Just the one batting point to Glamorgan when they look to be on target for 300 plus, but they've fallen away badly, and the strong on paper lower batting order has not proved so strong on grass, as Michael Hogan had a heave at that one, trying to get it maybe over long on, looking at the replay, and lost his off stump. And 12:53 the innings ended, so we may see 2 overs, I would guess, for Durham to face before lunch, unless the regulations state otherwise. 234 all out. No doubt Dr. Hignell will give us the bowling figures before too long. Tim van der Hoogten was left not out 4. Michael Hogan bowled Rushworth for 4. So the main protagonists with the bat: Colin Ingram 87, Chris Cook 9th out for 59.
For those of you who would like to
Here we go.
keep your scorecards up to date, I'll give you the Durham bowling figures in just a moment.
Ah, he's teasing us. Just a moment. That's not good enough. I'll give you the summary anyway.
So
no, he's off.
all out. Not out for 4. And in that total there were 9 extras, comprising 1 bye, 6 leg byes, and 2 no balls. Here are the Durham bowling figures. Chris Rushworth, 18.5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 73. Matthew Potts, 19 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 67. Ben Rain, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 35. And Paul Coughlin, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 52.
So just the 4 seamers used by Durham, and having struggled at times to break through yesterday, they've come good, and Ben Rain really putting the pressure on Martin with his economy and stopping the scoring rate from getting going, and eventually they finished Glamorgan off in fairly double quick time.
Yeah, 234 all out. I make that the last 6 wickets falling for 46 runs.
Yeah,
Would that be right?
6 for 46, or the last 5 for 20, if you prefer it that way. And it was yet another wicket to the 5th ball of the over, the final one. Little statistical quirk, with 5 wickets falling to the penultimate ball of the over. So we'll take a brief break here on BBC Sport Online, and we'll be back in around about 5 minutes to describe the brief period of Durham play before lunch. Glamorgan were bowled out for 234, a really disappointing total after they'd started 164 for 4 this morning. They added just 70 runs then for the loss of those last 6 wickets. Colin Ingram made 87, Chris Cook was 9th out for 59, but the Durham seamers stuck to their task and were eventually rewarded 3 wickets apiece for Ben Rain and Matty Potts. Durham are about to start their first innings. Glamorgan 2-3-4 all out.
To open the batting for Durham, Alex Lees and Michael Jones.
Well, welcome back to Sophia Gardens, where after a brief threat of bad weather, it looks as though we should get in this couple of overs that Durham are due to bat before lunch at 10 past, with Alex Lees, the England opener, and Michael Jones, the Scotland batter, to be confronted for the first over at least by Michael Hogan. And they had the cover on because of that threat of imminent rain. There is a large patch of grey cloud about to float overhead, which may or may not contain rain, as Michael Hogan will start off and bowl to Lees, who gets the first runs of the Durham innings with a little clip down towards backward square leg. They go through for a single. David Pritchard will be with me for the couple of minutes before lunch. That was pretty disappointing the way Glamorgan's lower order subsided, with Durham sticking to their task.
Yes, absolutely. We mentioned that Glamorgan's batting lineup has some depth and usually a useful tail, but really they offered little resistance on this occasion.
The 7 downwards did not really contribute. Taylor 11, Harris 6, Hogan 4. Van der Hoogten 4 not out. Wheel out second ball. Hogan in to bowl, and Jones shoulders arms, goes through outside off stump. Maybe just the 1 over because of the slight delay while the cover was brought on and then off again.
Yeah, that was a strange little hokey-cokey, seeing the covers come on while the players were warming up, but I'm sure there was method to that particular decision.
Well, it's a bit of an oddity that you get 5 minutes play after a 10-minute break and you all go off then for another 40 minutes, but there we are. Hogan is in to bowl to Jones, who pushes on the offside, out to cover, and there is no run. Callum Taylor fielding enthusiastically, one of Glamorgan's gun fielders, young, fit and keen. Andrew Salter is at gully. David Lloyd, the skipper, is at first slip. Sam Northeast is at second. And I think it's Colin Ingram at third. Hogan in from the River Taff end. Bowls. Forward comes Jones defensively. Clock on the scoreboard says 13:09. The pavilion clock, in fact, is probably on 10 past already from this over, so just the 1 over. Strange game cricket.
Yeah, Durham might have been better off putting a lunch watchman out. Yeah, good start from Hogan this. If Chris Rushworth is Durham's metronome, Hogan is very much Glamorgan's.
Good word. Hogan in to bowl. Jones leaves it outside off stump. Bit of bounce there through the gloves of Chris Cook. 40-minute lunch interval, we hope, although if anything descends from the heavens as it did yesterday, it might be rather longer than that. Clock on the board is now at 10 past 1, so this will be the last ball of the morning session, as Hogan is in to bowl to Jones, who's off the mark very nicely indeed with a push, a firm push through the offside that runs away for 4. So Durham will take lunch at 5 without loss. Jones will feel a little better with 4 to his name. Lees a single. Very much the Durham bowler's morning.
Yes, indeed. Hogan a little annoyed with himself there to allow Jones that boundary to end the session. But yeah, very much the session that belonged to Durham's bowlers, cleaning up the Glamorgan tail with minimal fuss.
3 apiece for Potts and Rain, 2 apiece for Rushworth and Coghlan. That's it from us for the time being. We will be back, weather permitting, at 1:50 here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan Cricket website. Glamorgan 2-3-4 all out, Durham 5 without loss.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games which, like here, are into their second day in the LV Insurance County Championship. We'll start at the Ageas Bowl, where you may remember yesterday Somerset dismissed by Hampshire for 180. Today, Hampshire have moved on to 209 for 1. At Edgbaston, game between Surrey and Warwickshire. At lunch, Surrey have moved on to 244-5. It's not quite lunch yet at Northampton, where Gloucestershire were dismissed this morning by Northamptonshire at 223. And the current score is that, in reply, Northamptonshire are 56 3. At home, Sussex have just been dismissed by Nottinghamshire for 375. It's lunch at Chelmsford with Essex, having moved on to 359 for 6. That's against Kent. At Lords, Middlesex have just been dismissed by Derbyshire for 401. And in the other game, at Leicester, Worcestershire have moved on to 205 for 6. That's against Leicestershire. A reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that you are very welcome to go out to look at the pitch during the lunch interval, and if you so wish, you can do it as well at tea, which, if you remember today, has been rescheduled to 4 o'clock. But if you are going to be venturing onto the outfield, we kindly ask you not to walk across the square or the wicket surrounds. A warm Welsh welcome once again to everyone here at today's game. Cricket across England and Wales must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they are watching, playing, volunteering, or working in the game. We all, as the cricket family, have a role to play in this. So, if you see or experience inappropriate behaviour or discrimination, please know that you can call it out and report it safely and in confidence to the nearest steward. Cricket is a game for everyone, and thank you for joining us in raising the game. Now, during lunch, we're going to be entertained again by the boys and girls from St Peter's Roman Catholic Primary School here in Cardiff, and the boys and girls are going to be giving us a demonstration of their quick cricketing skills. And they are here today because last year they won the special anniversary competition staged by Glamorgan, celebrating last year 100 years of first-class cricket. I know the head teacher, Mr. Rain, cannot be here today, but to everyone, staff and pupils at St Peter's, warmest congratulations on winning the competition last year. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games this summer here at Sophia Gardens. That includes the International T20 here on Thursday, the 28th of July, when England meet South Africa. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all games here this summer at Sophia Gardens. That includes those in the T20 Blast and the Welsh Fire Games in the 100 later this summer. You can purchase a copy of the 2022 Glamorgan Yearbook. You can also obtain Michael Hogan's testimonial brochure, and you can collect a scorecard, all by visiting reception situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. You can also visit the Glamorgan Club shop, which is run by Missouri Sports and situated opposite Gate 2. As there's currently no public access beneath the Catholic House stand, you can visit the club shop by exiting back out through Gate 4, strolling down the lane and re-entering in by Gate 2. The shop will be open until 5 o'clock this evening, and as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan shirts. If you're seeking refreshments, food and drink can be purchased using electronic means from the kiosk situated in the concourse area underneath the pavilion seats. There's also a mobile unit situated adjacent to the pavilion. A reminder to Glamorgan members that tea and coffee is available in the Lewis Lounge this afternoon from 3:30 until 4:30, and then again tomorrow morning between 10 and 11. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine situated at the rear of the indoor school. Finally, a reminder that the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today until 3:30. The museum is situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. In addition, there's a temporary exhibition in the museum called Cricket is the Game for Me, Me and Me. And the exhibition celebrates the diversity of people playing and watching and supporting cricket throughout Wales. It contains material submitted by many cricket clubs as well as a group of local schools.
Well, good afternoon to BBC Sport Online listeners who may have been expecting to hear the resumption of Durham against Glamorgan around about now. We were due to be restarting at 10-2, but the bad news, I'm afraid, is that we've had another heavy hail shower which has just got a little bit more intense, and so there's a lot of covering being brought out onto the ground. The pitch is covered and the bowlers' run-ups, and they're also covering at the moment an area of the practice wickets away to our left. Bizarrely, at the moment, the strips next to the match strip are not being covered, though I suspect that might change fairly quickly. I don't think they're expecting this weather to be quite as severe as it was. So, hold up in play. Durham 5 without loss in reply to Glamorgan's 234 all out. Colin Ingram 87, Chris Cook 59 before the tail end subsided. 3 wickets apiece for Matty Potts and Ben Rain, who finished with the excellent figures of 3 for 35 in 18 overs. And it is now all hands to the pump and all covers on, so we're not going to get any cricket, you would have thought, within at least the next hour, and maybe this will do some damage to the square as well, even though they're now covering a fair bit of it. So Durham 5 for naught in reply to Glamorgan's 234 all out. There's no resumption after lunch because of a hailstorm.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the rain, sleet, snow, thunder, lightning, etc., this will come as no surprise to you that there'll be no further play today. Thank you once again for your company as you shortly prepare to leave Sophia Gardens. Please remember to take all of your belongings with you and to make an unhurried and safe departure from the stadium. A reminder that we're scheduled to restart at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. If you can't be with us, we hope you have a safe onward journey. We look forward to seeing you soon. Good afternoon. Brunhanda.